if your team's not in the same place? Your work can be. You just
Okay, so yes, I do apologize for the lack of sound. Hey Jester, welcome to the stream, hun. So like I said, I do apologize for lack of sound. Still having issues with music. So I am trying to throw together. Really? Uh, of course, Stream Deck wants to be difficult. Nothing new there. So just to quickly, boom, boom, boom. There we go. Okay. Now make sure that GIMP is properly functioning. Boom. Make sure that Paint is properly functioning. Unity itself is properly functioning. Yes, yes, you have. It is one of those things that I have in my thing, which is funny because on top of that, we have things like this. Once my Stream Deck decides to catch up with me, that's gonna send twice. That was not supposed to send twice. But yes, we have pizza, and I can wink. Ow. Yeah, still not working. I have to have you send me that thing again so I can properly put it back in. So again, I do apologize about that. Apparently, when you have your computer crash before closing Streamlabs chatbot, it decides that nope, it didn't exist. Okay, so let's get some music in here real quick. Let's see. Need to throw that up at the top. So actually, we'll move that up here. Header. External files. Space 5 goes here. Boom. So that will get the audio source. I need to add an audio source to it. Then I need to upload. Yeah. I've. I don't envy you right now. I'm just hoping that I don't have any issues tomorrow because I have to go to. Yeah. I have to go into Baltimore tomorrow. Yay. Okay, so it's alright. So we need to throw that there. Then we go back into Unity. Now the game controller needs to have an audio source put in. I need to import in both of the music files. Sis, what was the actual what is the command supposed to do? I don't remember that part. Ooh. Okay, gotcha. On it. While I wait for Unity to load into things. So add rar. Custom channel point. Ooh, actually, hold on. I'm gonna get some more use out of that Capamon. So give me 2 seconds. Capamon. Twitch sign in. Minimize that. Yeah, no, I do too. Okay, so command add var. Okay, now try doing rar. Come on. Come on, little kitty. Do your thing. Huh. It's there. I see it. It's not disabled. Give it a minute for it to catch up, and then try again. Uh it has been compiling this script for almost 5 minutes now. I don't know how to feel about that. Might have to kill Unity and reload it real quick, which is always fun. Ooh. Okay. Task manager. I have thankfully since saved everything, so I don't have to worry about losing any project progress. So I swear, are you seriously like you wait for me to go to close you and then you start working? What is this nonsense? Uh that sounds about right. Jesus. Reload script assemblies. Okay, yeah, I'm going to kill Unity and reload it. Bear with me, guys. We are having some technical difficulties, but that's about normal. I'm actually used to it. That should not be started. Gonna kill a few other processes that should not be running right now. Make make sure that the Unity hub is closed because otherwise it won't load up Unity. So you want to be unique like everyone else. Okay, so now we restart Unity. Yeah, I have a friend that has one as well. By the way, just so everyone knows, I do see you guys, even if you don't say anything. And I appreciate each and every one of you lurking in here. Hey sis, try the RAR command now, see if it works. You know, for shits and giggles. You really want to be a special kitty today, don't you? Capamon's being special today. Ah, well, like they say, when it rains, it pours. Okay, so let's reboot you. Well, I mean, everybody will see that if you post pictures of it. Okay, there we go. Capamon's been rebooted. Try now. Well, it's recognizing people. Okay, yeah, that's adorable. I'm gonna have to make another channel point reward thing. I mean, I guess. I'm more of a PC player myself, so, you know. Although, if things go well, I might be porting this game to PS5 and Switch, maybe Xbox, depending on how I feel about Microsoft. Which is funny, I'm already releasing it for Windows, so I mean, might as well. Yeah, I'm working on this game completely from scratch. No, I didn't make the Capamon. I wish I made that. No, all of this code and everything is basically what's going into my game, which is a top-down space shooter. Oh my god, what is up with Unity today? Oh, I thank God you guys can't see that. That's just. Oh, that's horrendous. No, that is not being saved. But yeah. Once Unity decides to load up, I can actually show you, Jester, exactly what I've done. So right now we have a working UI with a radar that tracks planets that actually orbit around a sun and also rotate on their own axes. Uh, Ship movement is um, distorted slightly by gravitational forces on planets and suns. There is a boost ability already. Um, what else? Oh yeah, the sun itself is literally just a bunch of particle systems. Well, two particle systems, which both use a texture that I made myself. And now once I actually get this up and running again. First off, we need music badly. Um, I'm almost half tempted to load up. Well, I mean, I am always looking for game testers once we get to a point where it's actually considered a game. I like to joke that what I've currently got is like a glorified tech demo, pretty much. Oh, this is taking way too long. But I mean, it's based off of a project that I made in college a few years back. Um, that got me basically it gave me an A plus in the class. And what makes that even more interesting is the fact that I'd worked on a completely different project the entire semester. The night before, decided, nope, this isn't going to work. Scrapped the original project and made the what was originally the prototype of this in a single night, and that got me an A plus for the class. Not to toot my own horn or anything. I mean, not really. Then again, as they always say, you are your own worst critic. Um, I actually feel like I should have more done after 22 hours of coding and work in general. Um, like, but for me, obviously, I'm not going to see the same thing that other people see when they look at the project. Because all I'm seeing is, well, this could be this way, and this could be done this way, and this could be better, and this, yeah. Oh, I know, but I've pretty much set myself an actual deadline. Like, I want this to be ready and done, at least in the most basic sense of playable, by no later than June of next year. That's my personal deadline. Because, I want to prove that me as a solo dev can actually make something that's worth people's time. Uh Obviously, early versions I may or may not put up on itch.io, like the original prototype, or like I might hold off and say like give special copies to certain people to test it out. Like actually run my own screening on that. The only reason I would probably do itch.io is because Steam requires a fee of $100 to put anything on Steam, and itch.io lets people donate money towards a project. Basically they can either download it for free or actually quote unquote buy it um, for whatever they want to put into it. And that would actually help me raise the funds to get the $100 to be able to put it on Steam. I just have high hopes for this project, which is not showing itself very well when Unity decides it doesn't want to load after 10 minutes. That's just sad. Okay, something is taking up more memory than it should. I'm gonna go through Task Manager real quick and close out anything that's not currently needed to be running. Need GIMP, Firefox, yes. Stream timer can be closed. It's not really clogging up too much. Why are you running? Let's see. Definitely need Streamlabs running and the chatbot. You can close. Let's see. Microsoft Store can close. You don't need to be running right now. I don't use you anyway. OBS, yes. Jesus. You can close. This Xbox game bar thing can just permanently close for all I care. I don't use it. I really don't. I don't see a point in it. I mean, I'm sure there's probably a point. Let's go through and close some of these tabs. That can close, that can close. Okay, that's good. Only thing I like to rush is Unity loading. Dear God. Like, there's nothing that should be taking up this much data. Or, not data, memory. Wow, words. Words are hard. Yeah, it's funny. Let's see, the radar collider is literally just this. Any object that is supposed to show up on the radar throws out a contact type, which is set in Unity. Then, of course, the player controller pulls that information from the on trigger collider. Which I'm pretty sure I do have to remove the enter collider, because I think the stay collider is what I was using to actually determine if it's inside or outside. I've got this set up so that if the ship leaves the edge of the map, you lose all control of the ship. First off, you can't do anything, but then it flips the ship and comes back. Mm-hmm. So I actually took it. I took inspiration on that part for from Star Fox. There we go. And Unity is almost restarted. Wow, I actually lost a lot of people on that one. Oh well, it is what it is. Oh, hello. Oh, we're gonna turn the code back on because that's just too much white. Actually, we are going to see if we can't simplify this code. Okay, so okay, that works. Wow, that's actually surprisingly easy. So basically, boom, and then plus 0.5f times system dot convert dot to single Okay, let's make sure. Okay, Unity is indeed loaded, so we are going to pray to God that this doesn't cause it to lag out anymore. So saving code, compiling. $29, $126. What is right there? 29. Oh, whoops. Missed a third parenthesis, so we'll save that. Now, if this works right, I'll have literally just converted if-then statements into just minus and plus. And if this works, it will actually propel. It should still propel. Nope. Oh, right. Need to move the audio files into the game. Might help. Just a thought. So we're gonna show an explorer so I can get to the right files. We are going back there. Okay, assets, audio. We're actually just gonna copy the whole audio folder. So we go back to Asterya and paste the audio. Okay, so now when I go back into Unity here, which for you guys, I didn't leave Unity. Boom. And the funny part is, a lot of these audio files and such are going to transfer over into another game that I'm going to be working on. If this game can actually produce enough funds. So if we go to game controller, then under assets, music, background, we need to add an audio source. Of course, it's going to be a little special. So, audio source, audio chorus filter. Oh, geez. Okay, so we're actually going to use the menu music from the other game. So that's the audio clip to start with, and then we need the loop to go into other clip. So now when we hit play, we'll get this. Whoa, little loud. Little loud. Right, so we need to change the volume down to about 0.2 should be good. Oh, right, I forgot to even test to see if the ship will move now. Duh. It works. Oh my god, it works. Reverse works. Forward works. Oh, that is so awesome. Okay. So now I can remove this part because it's no longer needed. Let's see. If we do this, multiply by system convert to single. Okay, you know what? We're going to make this a little shorter. Float full to int. I'm going to create a nice little function just so that's easier to type in. So, check, boom. Let's do that. And then I'm just simply going to return this. So now all I have to do is bool to int instead of having to type out that long Okay, so then it's bool to int. Okay, no, that's not going to work. There's literally no way for that to set to 0. So let's just see if my little function works properly first, and then we'll move from there. All right, so recompiling. Thank you, Agatha. I really appreciate it, hon. Also, if you look at the radar, as the planets are rotating around the sun, they're actually moving on the radar. So the planets rotate around the sun. This one actually has a moon that rotates around it. And just like with like the actual moon, like our moon, it should only ever be between the sun and the Earth, like maybe twice a rotation. I might slow down the rotation a bit just because it feels a little much. Okay, I forget what the ship one sounds like. Okay, first off, let's save just so that we have that in place. So what does the ship one sound like? I forget. Oh, there we go. Okay, hold on. I've got to change the size of... I completely forgot to switch out back to the game. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so... radar blips. I need to change the size of the... Because the moon blip should actually be smaller than the planets in the sun. Just because, again, it's not a big object. Trying to remember how to set the size or scale. So okay, that's actually really easy to do. So new vector 3, and it's just literally going to be 1 1 1 for the sun. Actually, let's make it 1.5. And then we just need to change planet to just simply 1 and 1. And then the moon is going to be just 0.5. And by the way, the reason that Z is not changing is just because on a flat surface, it doesn't really make a difference. So now, if I do this, go dot transform dot local scale equals object scale. Okay, so theoretically that should work just fine. But then again, everything works fine in theory. Cannot convert from double to float. Oh, duh. Anything that has a decimal has to be prefaced with an F. So we're just actually going to put F to everything, just to be on the safe side. So now if we let the code do it, the name object scale does not exist in the current context. Well, shit. Do a quick little fix. Yep, that definitely doesn't work. Let's see if that works. Unexpected. Okay, 9617. Right. Okay. Let's change that to private. Maybe that'll work. Nope, that is definitely not. That actually added a whole hell of a lot more errors. So wait, did I already have a scale? Yes, because that's something completely different. You know what? Might as well reuse it. No point in making a whole nother variable when I've already got the variables, so okay, now I just need to change it here because I forgot to do that. And now it should work. And the blip for the blip for the sun should be bigger. Planet should be about the same size. Moon should be slightly smaller. In theory. So we'll see how that. Whoa. Okay. Yep. Nope. That backfired massively. Sweet Jesus, that backfired massively. Okay, so the template. Right. Okay, so current scale of those is 0.05 and 0.0375. So I actually have to double, well, not quite double those, but I had to figure out what 1.5 times that is. Oh, sweet Jesus. That was mildly painful. Okay, so that's that. Let's go back into the code. So that for that, and then 0.05 and 0.0375. Okay, and then half of 0.5 is 0.25, and half of 0.375 is 1.5. Okay, you know what? I don't feel like doing math at the moment, so 0.0375 divided by 2. There we go, that works. That works. Instead of having to do math. Because math is hard. Math, like English, is hard. Okay, so that should definitely do the right sizes. Hopefully. Yep, that still didn't work. What the... Yeah, that's what happened. So we are going to just undo that for now. And what we are going to do... No, because then it just ends up being more work than it's needed, and more resources that don't need to be used. You know what? No, we're gonna do it. Oh. Oh, I might be a special one. Okay, so we're going to do this. So move that, and the sun is gonna get that. Planet is gonna get that, and moon is gonna get this. So okay, so then I need to go up here. Game objects, copy. I'm gonna create the small temp. Save that. Let's see. Don't want to do scale because we're leaving that alone. So save that. Go back into Unity. Go objects does not exist. No. Oh. Oh no. Wait, what? 1024, no. Okay, but it's not going to exist until after. Huh? Okay, I guess I have to set a default. So then the only time it needs to be called separately is in the if the radar type is moon. Okay. Local parameter name go cannot be declared in this scope because that name is used in an enclosed local scope. What? I don't. Why? I guess I have to do it that way. Duh. Okay. Does that take care of the error? Yes. Okay. So now. It's 1875. Yeah, okay. So now we go into game controller, take the small blip, and now let's try. Okay, yeah, that's so much better. So then in this, what is going on here? It should be creating those down here. So why is it creating them up here? Oh, that's going to cause a memory issue. Why is it creating it up there? Oh, that's why. Right, because it's... Okay, so copy... Now we're going to have to instantiate them here, because I think that's what's causing the issue. It's instantiating it twice. And then the old one has no idea where to go, so it just goes to the root. And since this code only destroys it under radar blips, it can't clear out the junk ones. Okay. Use of unassigned local variable go. Oh, for the love of God. Okay, so I'm gonna have to throw it up here. Private game object go. Save. Okay, let that recompile. Does it say use of unassigned local variable? No. Okay. Now the real test, is it creating the blips in the proper space? Yes. Oh, that is beautiful though. Oh, this is so much better. So anyway, like I was saying, moving to the edge of... Let's see, let me get the player. Move the ship speed up to 60 just so we can move a little bit faster. Use the speed boost. And once we hit 2000, you'll actually see the ship hit the edge of the map, go past it, and then come back on its own. And it works on all four sides. And then if we go back to here, I'm going to go on the other side of the sun, turn completely around, do a speed burst through the sun. And you guys can see how gravity affects, you know, ship movement. Let me actually give it a little bit more speed. Just because it's a little more pronounced when you're going faster. So, you see how while you're in the gravity well of the sun, or even in planets, it slows you down. And it's funny because I said, like, hold on, let me actually get things running again, just so we have some music in the background so it's not so bland. And then basically, we'll start working on the particle effects. Okay. And I just realized I had to actually stop it because we need to go to this. Apparently there is a trail render. Huh. That actually makes things easier. Let's see what that actually looks like. Just default settings. That's a little long. Surprisingly effective, though. So let's cut this down to 2. Auto destruct. Shadow bias, materials, lighting. We don't want it to cast shadows. Pros, adjust settings, counter motion only. Okay, so let's see how that looks. That's just surprisingly simple. Okay, so I'm gonna start it at a 0. And put it to a max, so the trail should get smaller the further out it goes. Oh, okay, that's the exact opposite of the effect I wanted. So 762. There, okay. Let's reverse that a little bit. That's actually surprisingly effective. We might want to change the color. Let's see. 5 and 95. Actually make it 6 and 94. And it's going to start out like a bright orange. And kind of dim to a black. Actually... Oh. Oh, Unity did not like that. Oh, snap. I think I just crashed Unity. It did not like that at all. Yep, it did not like that at all. Okay, let's try this again. Well then, that was interesting, to say the very least. Definitely was not expecting that. So I'm going to have to refigure out all of that because what I did there, I'm going to have to completely redo because I hadn't saved yet. Unless, of course, Unity saved for me, which would be great, but not something I expect. Okay. Pretty sure the game controller... Yep, okay, so that did save that. Good. Did that save? Nope. So now we need to add the trail render. Start it at 2. Start that at 1. Move this down to 762 to give us that proper look there. We are not running into that issue again. That was interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna start these off at nothing. End it at nothing. Color is gonna be white, obviously. Then we start this color at... Actually, let's make it more of an orangish red. And slowly taper it off to like a light kind of muted orange. So now, if we hit play, it's definitely showing an interesting actually, if I increase the speed to 60, is that going to increase the trail? Yes, it does. Oh, that's... A ship should never go 60. Okay, so we are going to stop that. Make it more like 0.5. Okay, maybe more like a 1. It's all about finding that nice happy medium so that you get a nice decent engine boost, but then you don't get this long thing. So actually, let's see, material. We're just going to use just the standard little blank white material, just so that it has something to attach to. So now it should be the proper color. Okay, maybe not. Distribute per segment. What does that mean? Oh, haven't been showing any of that. I do apologize. Yeah, that doesn't look all that convincing, so we'll do 1.5. Gotta figure out why the color isn't transmitting properly. So line view. Let's save real quick just so that we can make sure that doesn't happen again. Still trying to figure out why it's doing that. I'm curious if this will make any difference at all. Using the same particle effect as the sun surface. Yeah, that's like not doing anything at all. Oh, Jesus. So we're gonna go back to that. Okay. Unity, trail render, color not working. Can't change color of trail render. Range rendered on screen with material other than objects with sprite renders. The pink purple color is showing you the mesh that is being created to inform you that it doesn't have a material applied to it. And applied, and it needs one in order for it to properly render. Take a look at docs on color gradients. As you can see, it references the trail render material. Except I have material and it's still not doing it. Oh, okay. So I need to create a brand new material. Yay. So create material. Okay, so I need to set this to FX flare. Actually, hold on. I wonder, what will this make a difference? There we go. Okay, so we're actually going to need to move this trail renderer onto the engines of the ship. So under body, so main body 13, main body 13 mirrored. So we actually need to go here. Copy component, main body 13. We are going to paste component as new, paste component as new, go into player. We're going to disable it here. So theoretically, based on this design, it should actually come out of two places, which actually fit with the ship design. Oh, that is so awesome. Okay, I'm actually going to need to create, like, I'm going to have to create another point so that they're coming out of the back of the engines and not from the center, because that's not ideal. So I need to create an empty object, engine exhaust left, and then create another empty object, engine exhaust right, and then I'm actually going to need to, again, copy component, remove component, remove component because it's the same thing, so we need to oh, please tell me I didn't just literally delete that for nothing. Paste component values. Okay, there we go. So I literally just need to add a trail renderer and then paste component values. Okay. Now, obviously, this needs to be moved back. Okay, that's definitely not the direction I needed it to go. That's not the direction I needed to go either, so... link to 475. So then if I copy this, paste it here as well, Now when we go in, it should literally be coming out of the back of the engines. So when we turn, it doesn't look like it's coming out of the side of the ship. Okay, so the only problem is when we go backwards, it's still going to be coming out of that back part, and then it just looks kind of funky at that point. Okay, so I've been keeping myself hydrated, and as such, I need to take a small bathroom break. So, I will be right back. I'm going to leave this music playing in the background for you guys, just so that you're not left with nothing. So, let's switch to BRB, and well, BRB. Alright, and I am back. So, what we are working on now that we've got that done, I can work on on getting the trail so that it doesn't flow backwards. 'Cause let's see. Or for now, I could just clamp it to 0 so that you can't go backwards. Just for now, at least. Until I can figure out the issue. So, let's see. Player controller. So we're going to save that one off to the side. Okay, save that. Back into Unity. I forgot to hit stop, so it's going to throw errors because the code changed mid-production. So clear that. Back to the game window. Now, we shouldn't have any issues with backwards movement causing issues. Debating on how I want this to work, because I think I might actually make it so that the gradient starts a little bit sooner. Like, say, 50%. So then I basically just need to copy this. And I realize you guys can't see what I'm doing right now, because that doesn't show up in the window for some reason. Okay, so now it should be a little less prominent. So now that we've got the ship's engine particles working, which was surprisingly simple, so now what we need to do is save that, and then let's see, what else needs to be done? So we've got, okay, we actually need to, because the way the boost worked in the prototype that I made for college, you had to charge it up over time. And I'm trying to remember how I did that. Because obviously frames work differently in this than it did in Game Maker Studio. So definitely going to be a stretch. And I'm actually considering setting up a system generation code, so that it will actually determine, like, first off, like how far a planet is from the sun. It'll either show up as a volcanic planet, an Earth-like, or it'll be a gas planet, or what have you. Another thing I need to do is I need to make the ship smaller and move the camera closer. Because if you notice, the scale is a little skewed. So actually, I'm going to do that now. So we're going to move the camera down to 50. Save that. I do have to make one edit in the code because the way the camera follows, it's done through the player controller. So move that down to 50. We are going to change the ship size, or scale. Let's see what... Not sure how I feel about that. Because that makes the ship really hard to see. And then the particles are just huge compared to it. Okay, no, that's too small. Let's make it 0.5. I mean, it should still be relatively okay sized. It's not too much smaller than the other size. I think I need to change the way. Let's see. Unity trail render corner. So I want it to be more rounded. So we need corner vertices dictates how many extra vertices are used when drawing corners in a trail. Increase this value to make trail corners appear rounder. Okay. So let's just say 2, just to see what that looks like. Dictates how many extra vertices are used to create end caps on the trail. Increase this value to make the trail cap appear rounder. Okay. I don't really need that. I need that to be as pointy as possible. We actually might need to move the camera back a little bit, actually, now that I look at it. So let's make it 75, and then I need to change it in the code to 75. Save that, go back in Unity, let that rebuild the scripts. That should actually be a nice safe distance. We are also going to change the starting size of this. .754. Okay, and then save that. Start it up. So that should be a little closer to what we need for the width, the starting width. Okay, yeah, that looks a lot better. Okay, so Unity. Train. I can't spell. Okay, so school, position, set position, inherited numbers. Unity, Trail renderer. Okay, so we are actually going to go in here. I can actually do the backwards thing again now. Just because I figured out a way to get it to work properly. So if C speed greater than or equal to 0, and there's a reason for that, trust me. Oh, this is gonna be fun. By the way, hello to everyone new that's lurking. I see you guys. You are definitely seen. Oh, well, that's really simple. So get components in children. Instead of get component, it's get component in children. And we'll take this. Private component trails, then trails equals that, and then we go through for each trail in trails Oh, I actually have to do trail renderer. For each trail renderer trail in trails, we actually need to do this separately. So if C speed greater than or equal to 0, which again, I have a reason for this. Why did it's inside of something? It shouldn't be doing that. Okay. Else trail dot material dot set color tint 0. So 1.0 float, 1.0 float, 1.0 float, and 0.0 float. Okay, so if I do it like this, and then change that there, that should work. So, in theory, when speed, well, basically if it's not, what are you doing? 4656. What? Why are you expecting an end of... That makes no sense. Is it because this exists? Hey, Zombie Kitty, thank you for the lurk, hon. Okay, is it this that's doing it? Okay, that took care of some of the errors. Now 5219. What? if C speed greater than or equal to 0, I am so confused. Okay, so we're gonna slowly block off code until we figure out where the error is. So now I save that. Let it recompile. So 121.2 expected. What is it? So not liking that? I don't get it. I literally changed maybe one thing. I'm gonna turn the code back on. Maybe one of you guys can see this. So I just realized I did that. It's funny looking at your own code after saying you don't see the problem. You usually find the problem. Trail render is a type which is not valid in a given context. Why? Component trail? Maybe? $50.42. Really? Because the person whose code I decided to use as an example had that. And this is why you don't look at other people's code who obviously have no idea what they're doing. Cannot convert method group get components in children to non-delegate type component. Did you intend to invoke the method? What method? What am I? And this is stuff that I got directly from Unity's own thing. Like, that's literally how they show it in their code. Okay, so let's take out the this. That might be causing issues too. Nope, that's not it. 5013. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. You miss one symbol and it crashes everything. And there we go. So now if I remove all the rest of these comments, the rest of it should, in theory, work. Nope. $52.19. Why is it expecting? Oh, Are you kidding me? Because again, I used a wrong symbol. Okay, non-invocable member color cannot be used like a method. Huh? Unity material dot set color. Okay, so what is it talking about? Cannot non-invocable member color cannot be used to, like a method. Oh. Because I forgot the keyword new. And there goes all the errors. So, in theory, totally in theory, move forward and the exhaust should show up. Completely stop. It turns 0. It's still... Okay, so... we are actually going to change the C speed bit to get key Q. So if I hold Q, it should turn off the particles. In theory. There's a whole lot of theory in game making. Okay, so if C speed greater than or equal to 0, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to move this outside of here, so why did you... Oh, because that's... Right, that's a whole nother function. So now we're going to paste. So with that there, that can go away. So that should set it to... Okay. Oh, a whole lot of theory. Yeah, no, it's still... Player speed is currently at 0, right? Yeah. Okay, not sure why it's doing that. Because for all intents and purposes, that should be... Let's try that way. No, it's still doing it. What the... Sorry about that. So... Let's make the components public so I can actually see what's going on in the variable. Let the code re-render. And then we will click on the player. So it shows three trails. Oh, right, because one's technically not visible. Hold up, set active false. Maybe that might work better. Instead of trying to change the color, trail.set active true. This means I've got to delete the other one. Trail render does not contain a definition for set active. Oh, crap. Okay, enabled false. Okay, that works. Alright, so now that possibly might work. Okay. Again, I've got to delete the other trail renderer because the moment I start moving, it's going to activate that third one that doesn't technically exist anymore. Yep. So what we need to do is go back here, or was it player? Right, player. Okay, so we need to remove component, file, save, and now it should only be just the two outer ones. So that should work now. Okay, so we need to So the capsule is at 8200 with a center of 60. So 8200 center of 60. Okay, so I need to create an empty object, call it sun damage, put it on layer, add a new layer, call it damage. Okay, so sun damage, new layer, damage. We are going to create a capsule collider. 60, 8200. Go back to scene. We actually need to make this that should be about the size I need it. So it actually needs to be 40 What is going on with the ship? What is... Object reference not set to an instance of an object. I didn't change any code. So this needs to be 41.5, which is about the distance around the sun that where it's actually in the sun's heat. I can't think of the right word. Like heat spheres, something like that. Like it's within the range of its damaging portions. So like that's the actual radius of the sun, and this outer circle is, you know, where its gravitational pull is. Game controller 87. What is on line 87? Wait, what? Doesn't mean it couldn't find that. What is going on there? That's literally what this is right here. There's always something going wrong somewhere. I don't get this. So now I have to explicitly throw the ship into the ship object. Like that. Oh, son of a... I'm not sure what I changed to the code that made that have to be like that. Object reference not set to an instance of an object, but it is. It's literally set to an instance of an object. What is... What is going on here? Okay, let's make this private again. For shits and giggles, we're gonna turn off trails. Or, well, turn off the turning off of trails. Okay, so where else? What is going on? Null reference object reference not set to an instance of an object, but it's literally set to. I literally did not change anything. Okay, this is Unity at its finest. So every instance where object is set to the ship, which it should find perfectly well, because it's done it so well in I mean, heck, even just a few minutes ago it was working just fine. So I'm not sure what is going on with that. Okay, so... And it's still... What is going on? It's not being turned off. That's still the... I'm at a loss. I am at a complete and utter loss as to what is causing this issue. I'm literally gonna have to break down all of my code and figure out where it's breaking again. Okay, so... Okay. So I commented off pretty much all of my code. Okay, on this behavior is missing. Controller.boost cooldown is assigned, but its value is never used. Okay, that doesn't matter. Same with the reference script unknown. It on this behavior is missing. I hate that it does this, where like it says player controller dot boost is assigned, but its value is never used. Like, I don't care if it's never used. Okay. Script unknown on this behavior is missing. I forgot to stop the code. Right, okay. What is going on with this? How is it that it's not working now, but it was working just fine before? Oh, Mark II. Okay, I'm so confused right now. Like, for all intents and purposes, if I throw the object into it, it shouldn't give me any issues. So go to that, it's set to Boa Mark II, which is this. So how is that not an object? How is that suddenly not an object? I don't get it. Okay, so we are going to once again disable these. And I'm going to disable both of these. Literally nothing has changed. What is... doing pretty good. Just for some reason, the ship decided that it no longer wants to be declared a ship. For some reason. So, and I literally did not change anything. So, game controller says 87. Like, the only thing I added is one thing, but the moment I... Thank you. Okay, so that's that. That goes to that. That does that. That does that. Yeah, this is what I'm getting now. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. So... nothing else should be... Okay, so I can't even see what that was. It's hold on. Let's show all. Hey, Volcaria, thank you for the raid, hun. Sorry, I didn't realize I had it set to only follows showing on the activity feed. That's my bad. So yeah, we are running into a slight issue. So if I do this, move that there, and I put this in the start. Maybe that'll work. Okay, so let's throw this back in here, let it bake the code, and nope, it's still saying not a reference of an object. Whereas, okay, so hit start, we'll pause it, go to the player object. It's even showing it as an object. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Like, it's clearly an object. Yeah. And I've only gotten bot rated maybe 3 times in the last few days. So yeah, that's real fun. Just like this. This is just... I don't understand it. Game controller at line 87. Line 80... Game controller. Game... Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I'm working in player controller. The error is in game controller. I just... I feel like an idiot. I feel like an idiot. Okay, so radar range should be grabbing that from here. So radar range should be grabbing from player, which is the player ship, or well, the player character, which is picked up here. I was looking at the code and I was like, how is it not an object? I'm literally going through the code thinking it's an object. Not realizing it's game controller, not player controller. So now I gotta figure out why that's not coming up with anything. So let's do... You know what? For shits and giggles, I'm literally just gonna turn off the sun damage part. Just for shits and giggles. Yep. Yep. Okay. That. Literally that. Just... But that should only be looking for radar range objects that are... Okay, so that's grabbing the radar range from the player controller. Okay, so we're gonna remove that. Okay, so... on trigger, enter layer. Okay, dot layer equals okay, so if radar rain, oh no, sorry, if call dot game object dot layer equals layer mask dot name to celestial, then we do that. So theoretically, that should work. Excuse me. Okay, so theoretically, that should work. Theoretically. Okay. That's an unintended side effect. Oh, right, because that's I changed how that worked in the code. So we need to redo this. Well, I know how to create drifting. Oh, I'm curious now. Oh, this... I literally might have just figured out how to turn on and off, not gravity assist, oh, what is it called in Elite Dangerous? No. Inertial dampeners, we'll just call it that, just for sanity's sake. So, private inertial dampeners equals true. And then if input dot get key, we'll make it Q, just make it simple. That's the word I was looking for. Toggle. Okay. Okay, so inertial dampeners equals inertial dampeners. And then close that. And now, if inertial dampeners that and that, so then we just go home, copy, paste that down here. I mean, that won't make a difference because it's still going to grab the same stuff regardless. So now we should be able to, quote unquote, drift. Uh, 2020. What is... Oh. Pfft. That might help. Okay, so now we should be able to turn on and off inertial dampeners. So, turning, you get the ship to turn, but then with inertial dampeners off, even when you turn, you're still facing, you're basically still going in the same direction. So theoretically, oh, by the way, thank you, Valkyria. Let me just get that stretch out of the way. So theoretically, if I hit Q again, oh. Yep, nope, that's definitely not working. Okay, never mind. I take that back. That was good thought, bad implementation. So we are going to scrap that for now because it was an unintended side effect or something that didn't quite work the way I wanted it to. By the way, for everyone who hasn't tried it, try exclamation point RAR. One of my good friends and basically like a sister to me, redeemed an add a command, and basically it makes the cat actually say something. Okay, so anyway, that should fix that issue again. Let's see. Stuff field particle system hides inherited member component. Pretty sure I disabled that entirely. Let's save because nothing's worse than getting done with a part of a project and then having it crash and you losing hours worth of work. Oh, what is this nonsense? What was that nonsense? It was still drifting. I did save. Not liking how that's doing that now. What is going on now? What the? Like, I unintentionally add a feature and then undoing it, it still is. I don't get it. What is going on here? Like, that shouldn't even be doing that now. Wait, was it just drifting? Like, on its own? Yes, it is. Right, okay. I know what it is. I think, maybe. Yeah, it was literally just the weirdness of triggers and capsule colliders. By the way, Volcaria, thank you for joining the Discord. Um, are we seriously gonna have this crap again? Yep, we sure are. The sun has decided that it wants to no longer show up. Okay, because that's the capsule collider for that. Ah, okay. Okay, so we're gonna disable sun damage again, because apparently that's, once again, causing issues. Okay. What is going on? When it rains, it pours. I'm just for shits and giggles. Yeah, cannot be applied from type int and string. Right, because I need the number of the layer, not the 3. Okay, so I need equals 3 and equals 3. There we go, and the sun's still disappearing from the tracker, or from the radar, until I get within range again. Okay, I need to remove that and figure out what is causing it to disappear from the tracker again. So, again, for shits and giggles, we're going to remove the layer bit and see if that's what's causing the issue, which it shouldn't because it's on that layer. Again, when it rains, it pours. No, it's doing it regardless of what layer it's on. Okay, it is trigger. And then player. It's trigger. Start. What the hell? So it adds it back in when it's... I don't get it. I don't get why it's not detecting it outside of that range. Because if we go into the sun has this huge, you know, radius. And then if you go to the player ship, again, it's got a huge radius. So those two should always be colliding. Maybe it's because I removed the is stay or on trigger stay. Okay, let's actually stop this first before we continue on. Okay, so copy. We'll move the on trigger stay back in. Okay, that does that. The inspector goes through and starts. Yeah, that's all. That's seriously all it was. So if I go back into sun damage, turn that on, capsule collider on as well. We are going to save just in case we have any issues. Okay, ship isn't being moved by the triggers. Sun is still showing up on the radar. The moon is no longer showing up on the radar though. If I go to player, yeah, the moon's not showing up. So I think I have the moon set to a different layer. Yeah, it's not set to celestial. Okay, so that's working again. Now is that gonna have issues with the mass lock again? Yep, because then when I move to the planet, I'm no longer mass locked, even though I should be. So, okay. Layer 7, which is radar. I'm going to move all of those to the radar ping because it's also going to be used for enemy ships, friendly ships, neutral ships, all that. So now if I go to game controller, no, not game controller, player, and no, Oh no, cancel. So wait, we actually need to put that back on default and tag, add tag. Okay, so add tag radar. And then we are going to go here, tag radar, tag radar, radar. Oh wait, that's right. I need to do those on the, I just untag, untag. Those need to be on this. So radar, radar, Earth like moon, radar. Oh god, that's right. I was literally gonna try to create a rendering of the orbit lines. And then I realized how difficult that would be. Actually, hold on. For shits and giggles, I'm going to create a trail renderer. Give it a thickness of 0.5. Let's call it a time of 20. We are going to use the solar flare material. Give it a solid blue line. Give it 20 corner vertices to give it a nice little rounded shape. And that should be that for that bit. So now I need to go into the code, change it to tag. By the way, Valkyria, thank you again. And I love your little intro in the Discord. So now I need to game object dot tag unity. Okay, so dot tag and then use the name. Okay. Radar. So copy, paste it here, and then paste it here. Boom. Save that. Theoretically, that should work. I mean, it seems to be working perfectly fine. Okay, so that's going to be interesting because it needs to basically create. Ew, that doesn't look too pretty. I would literally have to run it through a quick succession to go all the way around once. For that to even be a viable method. Okay, so that's definitely not a... I mean, it could have been, but... We're going to remove that component. Line renderer. So we are going to, again, put it at 0.5. With a color of blue. Make it a corner vertices of 20. Line materials, a solar flare. Just for shits and giggles, let's see what that looks like. Yep, no, that's not doing diddly squat. Okay, so create orbit line in Unity. Orbit lines need help. I'm looking for a resolution to my issue. I'm drawing hard lines below to do. Wow. There are some salty people in the Unity. Yeah, just wow. Sorry, I'm literally just reading through this, trying to figure out. Whew, okay, yeah, the Unity community is nasty. Oh, that is unfortunate. Okay, so remove component. Okay, we'll deal with that later. This is literally just a cosmetic thing. It's not that important. I mean, yes, it would make things look more professional and better, in my opinion, but it's, again, not required. Core functionality first, then pretty lights. So, let me just save what I've got so far. Okay, so with that out of the way, I do need to reimagine how the boost works because, like I said before, the original boost basically. Hey, hon. Pretty good, actually. Uh, just had a few issues at the beginning because I couldn't read, apparently. Like I was saying, so the original prototype of the game used like a charge up feature. So let's see. We need another public variable. This is going to be another float. And boost charge. Okay, and I'm actually gonna redo how I do the boosts because I just realized I'm a special one. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna comment out the original code. So we need to remove that from there and from there. Okay, so basically I need to completely redo the boost code because I realized I was doing it wrong, which is funny considering the fact it's my own code and I was doing it wrong from my own example, if that makes sense. So so what we need to do is if space and energy greater than 1 and boost cooldown equals 0, which by default it should be, and we are not on the edge of the map, if mass lock boost equals 2, else boost equals 4, and if not, boost equals, well, boost equals nothing because it's just simply stops being. Or no, actually no. We will actually use that because that'll determine that the boost is not currently in effect. So actually, to make it simple, that actually does work. Because it's basically determining that the max speed is now this instead of this. So then I don't have to write any additional code for that. So we're actually going to do if energy greater than 1 tab, 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 tab. Because that should be independent of get key space. So that should take out some of the issues that I was having where it was boosting when it probably shouldn't. Else boost charge equals 0.0f. Okay, so if if boost charge equals 1.0 F. Then we continue on with this. No. Should that be part of this check? Make it 0.25 F. No. Okay, I'm overcomplicating this massively. If energy less than 1, boost cooldown equals 30. Boost cooldown minus equal 0. So let's make it 1 just to see what that turns into. If it's too fast, then because that should in theory be 30 seconds if I remember correctly. And boost charge equal to 1.0 float. Okay. So boost charge starts at 0. Once it reaches 1, then it goes. Else if boost charge less than 100, else that. Okay, so boost charge plus equal 0.01 F. Okay. God, let's see how many errors that brings up. None. Okay. That's surprising. Okay, so now I just need to create a text element that allows me to determine, hey, we're charging, we're at such and such percent. So we go into Unity under user interface, user panel. We are going to need to create a UI object text. Boost charge status. We do need to change the font color to white. And we need to also change the font type, which is going to be under UI elements, fonts, infinity display. So we need to move this down. It needs to be centered. So this is going to be -52. Height needs to be at 60. So then this actually needs to go down further, and we need to change the font. 10. Okay, that should work. Okay, that works. Good. Okay. Okay. We're actually going to align left. No, we need to align center. Let's just call it 87. There we go. We're going to call that -87. Position is going to be -58. Height is going to be clean 33. Okay. That's actually looking pretty good. Unfortunately, the text is going to be disabled. Or actually just disable the whole boost charge status. Okay, that works. So then when you do start to boost, it re-enables it. So now I need to create a public game object. Boost charge. Okay, just realized. Can't have an object and a variable with the same name. Dot set active. True. Okay, so set active false. Player controller. Oh, right. Boost charge status. Forgot to change that. A couple lines up. Okay, so oh, might help if I actually set that to the player. Boost charge status there. Usually helps. Okay, so boost charge status dot get component should be text, I believe. Okay, that's simple enough. So dot text equals okay, easy enough. Okay, and then math F floor. Okay, so that should change that. So type or namespace reference crap. Okay, so that doesn't work. Okay, so I just realized I missed this because normally a lot of the UI stuff is handled by the game controller. So there's no text object in just the standard Unity object system. Wow, brain words things don't work. Equals math f dot clamp boost charge 0.0 f and 1.0 f. So now it's just simply boost active. Okay, so okay, that's fun. So I'll show you once I get back into it. We are having a minor issue. So copy that. Else that. Less than 1. That's why. So let's just because I did less than 100. (1.0f). I forgot that I was doing it between 1 and 0, not 1 and 100, or 0 and 1 versus 1 to 100. Just had a slight blonde moment there. So now still not working. Okay, I'm gonna take out that clamp and see if it's still going up. And just make it equal than or greater than or equal to 1. Okay, so the clamp is working. And it's greater than 1, so I'm not sure what is going on here. So we're going to go back to what I was originally planning to do with copy this, move that, then we're going to do this, else this. So you don't have to check boost charge, because if it's greater than 1, it should immediately move on to the next step. Okay. Let's see if it is determining that it is at over 100%. Over 100%. Okay, so it is determining that. Okay. And boost cooldown equal to 0. So we take that out of that. Okay, so then I should be able to remove that, and it should still work, in theory. Or, well, not really work, but it shouldn't cause any bugs. Or errors, seeing as this is technically a bug at the moment. Oh. So let's actually set boost cooldown equals 0.0 F 0.0 F. Okay, so boost cooldown is at 0. So that shouldn't be an issue. You know what? Let's take boost cooldown completely out of the equation. Let's see if that's what's causing issues. Okay, so thank you, hon. I appreciate you. Okay, so basically C speed equals speed times boost. Okay, so theoretically we are getting to that point where we're almost perfect. Oh, pfft. Right, we are going in the negative speed, so can't go backwards. Because for whatever reason, it thinks the back of the ship is the front and the front of the ship is the back. If that makes any sense. Okay, that was not setting boost back to 0 or back to 1. Okay, there we go. So now it should drop back down to base speed. Okay, so now we've got the boost working for the most part. Okay, so now the fun part. Getting the ship to take damage when it's over top of the sun. Because that's one of the first steps to taking damage. So we actually might be ending the stream a little earlier than I was expecting. Just because I am starting to get a little tired. I mean, I was already kind of slightly like mentally drained before I even started the stream, so I do apologize, guys. It's been an interesting couple months. So let's actually look into who we are going to raid. So so I see why Zichik currently has me tabbed up. Because she is currently streaming at the moment. So I think we should surprise her, guys. Shh. Alright, so let me just double check to make sure she actually is streaming and it's not just the stream deck being special. Yep, she is indeed streaming. So, we are going to surprise her since she hopped in here. And here we go. So, like I always say, guys, thank you so much for showing up and showing so much support. I really appreciate everyone that does. And even just the people that come in here and just sit and watch. I appreciate it because I like sharing my passion with you guys. Like whether it be the games that I'm making or the games that I play. You know, I appreciate it. So yeah, like I said, show Z-Chick the same support that you guys show me. And I hope that you all have an amazing morning, afternoon, night, whatever may be where you are. Alright? And just remember, you are so very much appreciated here. Alright, well, enjoy. Let her know who sent you.